writer indoctrination camps, aka the MFA factory system, have destroyed great literature and killed dangerous writers. Because since the 1960s, Cold War governments and intelligence agencies have systematically attacked literature through the creation of these writer indoctrination camps. And guess what, you guys? It has worked. The strongest artistic medium, literature, that can deliver both empathy and knowledge simultaneously at a level of complexity that music and movies can't even come close to, has now become obsolete. We are living in a post-literate era where there is little to no interest in ambitious literature. And how can that be the case, though? Because over the past 60 years, we, yes, you and I, the taxpayers, have funded hundreds of thousands of creative writing degrees. We have funded endless grants, fellowships, and endowments for writers. And so where are the results? How the hell did a bunch of writers living in a world without electricity, with no funding, with no food, beat us at scale? We should be in a literary renaissance right now. And before Joey Bag of Logic Bro hops in the comments and says, what about this person? They got an MFA. Let me take the microphone really fast and school you, boy. Literary fiction and poetry is dead. And it's dead because when you put multiple generations of creative introverts that are self-conscious, young writers with no life experience, with big dreams, in indoctrination camps that hate dangerous writers, where divergent and insane personalities feel suffocated. How do you guys think some of the wild personalities of literature would feel sitting in a workshop with their warden who is politically correct, with the other uncreative students? They're just trying to tell mommy and daddy, I'm gonna be a writer one day, don't worry. How do you think they feel sitting in a room in a system that favors craft and readability over literature, that experiments with complexity, silence, forbidden ideas, and symbolism? And what if you continued that for decades and made sure that the publishing world favored writers with an MFA? And what if you filled the entire publishing world with former MFAs who favored the MFA style, which is a form, everyone, of genre fiction? The MFA novel and MFA programs teach a system of writing that is akin to the tropes in a airplane western novel or romance. And if you make everyone forget what true literature is and make it so boring because the people writing it were the type of ladder climbers to be able to put up with 19 years of schooling, then you can kill an author. And today I am not only going to walk you guys through the malicious start of MFA programs and their connection to the wacky stuff going on in the 1960s with the CIA and FBI being involved in the arts, but also walk you through what's happening in these programs and their grip and control on the entire industry. Because my goal is to create a literary renaissance with each and every one of you. Every reader and writer out there who loves literature needs to push back not only against slop. I see endless essays on romanticy, but really against the system that's not allowing ambitious writers to actually break free as a collective so that we can change literary culture and bring real books back into homes, into classrooms, and into general conversation out into the world. And so if you want to support me on that journey and be a part of the literary renaissance, then of course subscribe, like the video, and let's hop into it. And so first we need to talk about the most important thing that is absolutely horrifying and has thrown us completely off course, which is for the past 90 years, writers have been being brainwashed to become more professional by creative writing programs. And the huge problem with this is that writers are generally idiosyncratic, introverted, weird people that, as a whole, are not professional. As a whole, even if they are generally nice people, have some hot and weird takes and misalignments with society, do not function well in professional environments. And what's wild is that writers more so than musicians, directors, actors, visual artists have underwent this process of professionalization, because in the 1930s, the first creative writing program was created, the Iowa Writers Workshop. And we're going to talk about Iowa a ton today because the mythology around it is profound. You know that Iowa, without me telling you, is the most competitive and prestigious writing program in the country. That if you can get into it, your career opportunities will be amplified. But for many decades, writing programs in the US weren't that popular. In 1975, there were only 15 creative writing programs in the United States. However, what we need to talk about is the last 50 years, because today in the United States alone, there are 250 creative writing programs in the United States. And if we add in Europe, Asia, Australia, and South America, that number gets huge, guys. And this is important because in the last 50 years of literature, there has been the largest patronage change in literary history. Because right now, as writers, we have the opportunity, because of the internet, to write about whatever we want and not need institutions or wealthy patrons to support us. We don't need to censor ourselves, and we can use social media, Amazon, whatever, to distribute our thoughts and our writing, which makes us like the William Blakes, the Kafkas, the Emily Dickinsons, the Prousts that didn't need a patronage system. And this is our greatest advantage. This is how we can leave behind all the MFA slop. This is how we can create a literary renaissance if we step into this moment, if we have the courage to do it. However, writers throughout time had to align with patronage systems, right? Whether that was the church, the courts, government, political parties, newspapers, publishing houses, magazines, wealthy patrons, or whatever. And what's wild is that many of our favorite authors that were born in the 1920s and 1930s experienced this golden era in literature. And I'm talking about the Cormac McCarthy's, the Thomas Pynchons, the Mishimas, where there was no dominant patronage system, and publishing houses were willing to push ambitious literature. But something I never hear talked about is that it all ended when the center of literature started to be found in the halls of the university system. Because by the 1970s and 80s, the university became the home of serious writing in America. And when a patronage system takes over, writers within that system have to align with the values of that system. For instance, if I was a writer in the Soviet Union, my literature had to align with Soviet ideology and sentiments, or it wouldn't be amplified, and most likely it would be censored, and I maybe would get killed. The same if I was a 16th century writer in Europe. My work had to align with the church's theology. But what's wild, and we can say the same thing about directors, to align with Hollywood or whatever. But what's wild is that literature fell into the worst trap of all. Because yeah, it sucks to have patrons, right? But we've seen countless artists, Shakespeare and everyone else, work within those patronage systems with boundless creativity and say, you know what, screw it, I can still do everything I want, basically. However, what does the university value? It values credentials, institutional language, and this weird specialization. It values network in a professional manner. It values the cautious consensus and readability. It values peer review, which also exists outside of STEM fields within the humanities also. It values methodologies that you can track and teach, but we know with creativity and with especially something as complex as writing a 400,000 word novel that you can't measure that, you can't track that. And those things I just listed is how you become professional. And because you cannot track or codify actual creativity, you can't codify blood meridian, the universities had to substitute something else in, which is the ability to be fluent with the standard of serious writing that these university professors and programs create. And as we've seen, those standards and being able to follow those standards does not mean that you are a good writer. It means, though, that you can be seen as a contemporary writer. And this is where the CIA comes into play, everyone. This is where things get wild. And so let's talk about Iowa and the early writing programs. all of them were developed within this Cold War atmosphere that valued what? You guys know about the Cold War and American propaganda. They wanted what? Individual experience, individualism, focus on objects, modernism, formalism, and most importantly, political ambiguity, because all these programs were connected to funding that was inherently anti-communist. And this isn't a conversation like, you can hate communism, I don't like communism, but the original objective of creative writing programs in America was to produce anti-communist writers. Which is wild because it created our modern conception of the American and Western writer, who is the private person that doesn't give interviews, the Thomas Pynchon, the Cormac McCarthy, the person that doesn't ever fall into being philosophical, but writes about domestic experiences, that writes about kind of these moral choices that individuals have to make. And that's fine. So novels like that are fine. Some of the greatest novels of all time were produced by writers like that. But when you start to push this idea of show but don't tell, the greatest and most overused piece of advice in creative writing programs, suddenly young writers who are ideological, that are, filled with fire, suddenly don't allow their narrator to go on a philosophical rant. Yeah, when you're 22 and your narrator is ranting about something, yeah, maybe that's not the best idea. Maybe that's not a masterpiece. But what does that lead to? 5 or 10 years down the line, it leads to a writer that can do that, but hide it, that can make that nuance, that can take that pressure, that can take that energy and turn it into something beautiful. And right now over on Substack, this is happening. John Pastelli, who serialized his novel Major Arcana on Substack and then had it picked up by a major publisher, is saying wild things and coalescing a following. I am reading right now on Substack, or I should say subscribing to dozens of authors that are pushing the limits, that diverted away from these MFA publishing funnels and are voicing and trying to carry on true literature. And Substack is the home of the literary renaissance, and it's where I host the Right Conscious Book Club, which is the most active book club in the world. We are reading 28 transformative novels in 2026. It is where I host countless literature and writing courses, where I host the Symbol Literacy course, which teaches you guys how to reintegrate symbolism back into your writing, and by studying great symbolic literature of the past. I have the William Blake, David Foster Wallace, Cormac McCarthy course, countless courses on writing, countless variety content over there if you monetarily want to support me and help fund the Literary Renaissance magazine, which isn't going to feature any of this minimalist slop. And if you don't want to do that, go pick up a Literary Renaissance t-shirt, a Ted Kaczynski t-shirt. I have 50 designs over there. And if you don't want to hop on Substack or pay anything at all, in the description down below, I also have a link to a guide to the 500 best novels. Yes, 500. It is better than any other guide online, and you can get that for free. But get on Substack, support other writers. You will find someone who is writing exactly what you want, and you can literally communicate with them and support them and make them and give them that fire just by hitting the like button and saying great story. That will help create a literary renaissance. And so thank you guys for being here, and you won't hear from me again in this context for the rest of the video. And when we talk about this idea of the dangerous writer, that's exactly what we are looking for. There are countless amateur authors out there who, when you read their work, their short stories, their poems, they're just ranting, they're raving. It's boring, it sucks, it feels like you're reading something silly. But Tolstoy and Dostoevsky did not have their problems. Their characters rant and rave all the time.
I suppose to do with a piece today. So painted a little bit, I made the food and now.
Leto the second ranting. I'm in it. And what's even worse, when you subvert
eyeball
from being able to write about history, about what's going on, about their ideologies, you get a whole group of people that are politically aware, that in their social life, oh my god, I'm so sorry I said that joke, or like whatever, but have no power, have no force behind them. And that's actually the dialectic that we are dealing with in the world of literature today. On one side of the aisle, you've probably seen them cropping up. We have the response to all of this with the return to the classics crowd, with the return, with the people saying, why are there no conservatives in literature? And you want to slap these people and say, I don't want liberals or conservatives in literature. I want ideological, insane people that are on fire, that are artists, that fall into no electoral category, that have been cultivating a unique worldview away from all of them, and will say things within their work that will piss off the Christian mom in Eastern Washington or the liberal man in Vermont, and then at the same time captivate those people. And earlier I was speaking about the CIA and all of that. Well, in the 1960s and the 1970s, the CIA had their hands in the National Endowment for the Arts. They had their hands in all the university programs. And during that time, all of these new creative writing programs were popping up. And many of them were being created and staffed by graduates of the Stanford Writing Program, of the Iowa Writers Workshops, who were in alignment with this new anti-doctrine, professionalized ideology. And this was such a wicked move by intelligence agencies and the government, because during this time, the television was taking over. Opportunities for writers were starting to dry up. And the idea of being a famous writer or being a full-time writer has always been a pipe dream, you guys. And writers, more so than other artistic mediums, are less extroverted to force themselves into society, to force their work out there. And so the creation of programs, a new class of jobs, a new system of professors, endowment boards, or whatever, for writers who would have never made it, who weren't that good but were more professional, would follow the rules better, to find an opportunity to make it, and thus increase the fanaticism to get these positions, to follow the codes, to follow the ideologies. And these fanatical and uncreative students were the ones that got into the creative writing positions that they are still holding today. And what's even worse is that they have been the kingmakers, the ones who have hired on the next board, which is a class of simulacrum writers who are becoming copies of writers who were never writers in the first place. And my favorite example of this is David Foster Wallace, who did receive an MFA. But what's wild about Wallace is that when he showed up at the University of Arizona, he had already published a novel at 21, The Broom of the System. And when you show up with that type of aura, of course everyone's going to hate you, because none of his professors, none of his other fellow students had published anything significant, and Wallace was already a better writer than all of them. And even worse for Wallace, and this happens all the time, was that his program was entrenched in minimalism. So in the late 1980s, writers like Freddie Snellis, Polinick, and stuff came out of the system that loved minimalism. And if you know David Foster Wallace, he is the opposite of minimalism. And Wallace's professors and fellow students were so hard on him, isolated him so much, even though he was a really good writer who was a maximalist, that he said, screw all of you guys, and sat in his apartment all day and drank and did drugs. And this led him to, after receiving his degree, ending up in a halfway house and not writing for 2 or 3 years. That's how creatively stifled he was. And I know that my time in a creative writing program, I got my bachelor's in creative writing, was so stifled. And in the comments down below, tell me about your experiences. Were you creatively empowered, or were you stifled? And this stifling effect happens because in these workshops, in these programs, consensus becomes the god. Because what's wild, you guys, is that if you pick, like, for instance, the first time you read Cormac McCarthy, did you understand everything in the style immediately? No. But what happens is when you read great literature, when I read Thomas Pynchon, when you read Dune, any of these authors you like, what's asked of you is to become a new reader, to figure out how to understand this new work. But what the workshop does is reverse this and tells the writer that they need to make the work more accessible to the existing group, because the existing group is a bunch of 20-year-olds and a professor who is living their shadow creative life. And once again, we're also dealing with young writers who are trying to figure out how to develop that style that eventually can be understood. Because the more complex an author can be, but still be understood, means that, like, wow, they're really good.
Okay, it's worried, but it's not exactly what I would call efficient, is it now?
The Stranger by Canoe, great stuff. That's really hard to make that stuff really, really good. but they're adding complexity and layering into that too. Anyway, imagine if you brought in a very rough form of Infinite Jest, of Gravity's Rainbow, of Moby Dick into one of these workshops. That voice, that style, how would it be received? How would the categorization of the whale ship, how would the long rants by Judge Holden, how would the violence be taken? How would the N-word be dropped? How would all this crazy stuff being dropped be taken? And that's the problem with the workshop, because if you get a really good editor, for instance, I've been to the Cormac McCarthy archive. I have read the letters between Cormac McCarthy and his editor. I've seen the changes in the drafts. What Cormac McCarthy's editor did was just amplify what was already there. They didn't fix anything. The editor didn't walk into it saying, this is a draft, this isn't very good, you're a young writer, this needs to be fixed. No, he said, yeah, you're a 29-year-old writer and you're amazing, but I just need to help you bring some of this out more. And what this consensus creates is MFA genre fiction. So, most writers that have gone through MFA programs, consciously or unconsciously, because of their programming, follow formal rules, which is what kind of genre tropes are. And when you look at the MFA novel, what do they value? Well, what makes the genre? Psychological realism. There has to be some biographical backstory into the trauma so that we can understand the motivation. There has to be, oh my god, concrete sensory details. There has to be the vanishing narrator at the end. There has to be indirect emotional revelation. There has to be some form of political awareness and maybe some slight options, but it can't turn into this monstrosity. It can't go totally off the rails. It can be strange, but not strange enough where you can't.
Right, there's holy fire, so everybody just have a bit of boom to them.
Don't care about that, or we've just become burned out by it, which is partially true. A lot of MFA novels, a lot of MFA writers that have, risen the ranks are not bad writers. Like, most people that make it through the program can sometimes write a decent novel, if not a good novel. But when they're the same novel, when it's endless MFA realism, we start to yearn for something. We start to yearn for some edgelording. We start to yearn for some metaphysical experimentation. We start to want something that's overwritten, that's purple prose. And to dive deeper into this, when you go into these programs, this is the advice that you get. There are 3 commandments of the MFA program. This is common writing advice, but is actually deadly writing advice. Write what you know, show don't tell, find your voice. However, what has Write What You Know created? It has created the endless marginalized voice novels. It has created the endless novels that elevate authenticity, trauma, and identity. We have to work through it all. And the problem with that is that it may be good for a novel or 2. And that's why some of these novels are, they have a decent debut because you're just working with what you know. But the great writing, the great writers, what they do is work with archetypal energy that they don't know. They start bringing in different energies that they've explored in the darkest elements of their self, or their most ecstatic moments on drugs, or all these different things, and start colliding them. And that's where they get their value from. That's where a lot of the time true are. They get it from nature. They get it from God. And when you combine this with this idea of find your voice, what that means, it's very egotistical, because find your voice means, does this sound like me? Is this my thoughts out on the page? Your thoughts don't matter. You don't matter. What matters is, like with Cormac McCarthy, who's the narrator in Blood and Iridium? We don't know. It's like this weird, this detached 19th century voice that's somewhat intellectual, even though it's in the third person omnipotent, that's somewhat framing the work and can find its way in at times. And McCarthy changes that voice.
I don't like archers very much.
Can attune that because he's not worried about him. That's not the voice of Cormac McCarthy. David Foster Wallace said that he met
I need a bit more bony armor or something, don't I?
He's kind of got like, yeah. He's kind of just got a very gentle voice, and David Foster Wallace thought that he was like this like booming dark voice, and because that's how he reads a lot of the time. And I should say, at times, writing, like I said, countless great authors have written about themselves. Cormac McCarthy wrote a novel about Suttree, about himself. Go read that novel. That voice, that narrator, the lyricism, everything is not simple. That's like the deepest levels of the soul being written about. Plus a lot of fictionalizing and other wacky stuff going on. And then finally, what kills all of this is show, don't tell. Guys, If you want to kind of work with something that isn't yourself and be creative, you can tell, because that's awesome. That's creativity on the page. When Thomas Pynchon is going crazy, when Dostoevsky, Melville, Tolstoy, George Eliot are going crazy and telling and ranting, and they have these weird characters, it's amazing. Like, that's some of the most creative stuff that you can find in literature. My God, William Blake shows up and spends, his entire collected works telling you about what reality is, like through poetry. It's just him telling you, yes, this, the second level of your being is called orc, and it's like, whoa. And this is this idea that, once again, the author has to disappear. The author can't have authority. The author can't stand up and be unique. They must disappear. The narrator must disappear. And you guys know what readers want? They want to be governed, you guys. They want to be led. I love to go explore something that I would never explore on my own. I love to be mind blown. I love to be taken down a path and switched around. Like, it's crazy. We like it. That's why when we go to the concerts, they raise your hands. We all raise our hands. And in the modern world, what is the most dangerous thing to talk about? What's the most dangerous thing to lead people toward? And it is, of course, metaphysics. It is, of course, mysticism, the occult, religion, spiritual ideas. And in 21st century and 20th century literature and the writers producing it, the spiritual world is all but dead. And this is partially because the idea of serious fiction in the mid to early 20th century centered around this idea of realism and social realism, and that we have to be talking about these topics. And while this happened, there was a simultaneous rise in publishing houses trying to market books. Because do you guys think that Mary Shelley sat down and said, I'm going to be a horror writer? Do you guys think that J.R.R. Tolkien was saying, I'm going to be the next greatest fantasy writer? Or were they just trying to write the next best book? But over the past 100 years or so, we have been slowly niched as authors. We've been so slowly made to think, what kind of writing am I doing? Is it fantasy? Is it magical realism? Is it realism? And sadly, the occult, mysticism, weird stuff related to metaphysics got siphoned over into the fantasy, the science fiction, the horror, and really the self-publishing world. While realism, which is enforced in workshops, how many science fiction authors writing insane layered space operas are in these programs? How many get accepted through the acceptance process for that type of work? Not many. So when this break happened, it was catastrophic because the genre world became more nicheified, became more focused on branding and selling books. And there are plenty of genre authors that are serious.
I must be getting in the right direction if I'm fighting pits again.
Class of writers, the serious thinkers in the academy or going through the pipeline, suddenly stop trying to be symbol literate. And in the MFA novel, religion and metaphysics is only permitted when what, you guys? It's so cliche now. I've read so many of these dumb novels. When the religion is a part of the family heritage. It's something that has been repressed. It's a part of the cultural identity. It's a part of the mixed blood reality. My mom is a Catholic or shamanic and my dad doesn't care and blah, blah, blah. And and at the end, the narrator rejects both sides and realizes that they have to find their own path. It's like, really? And this speaks to our reality at large, that if you actually believe in the invisible reality, if you believe in God or the occult or energy, suddenly you're stupid. You're an idiot. How could you believe that? Where's the proof? Logic bromania. And of course, in the academy, of course, with the overanalyzers, with the overthinkers on a political and social level, they are going to fall into the track of rejecting metaphysics. But when you look at almost every single great author, the people that actually can blow your mind, that shake people, they were dealing with metaphysics. And in a world that is more depressed, more unhealthy, and less intelligent than ever, what do they want? In a world where we're trapped in technological slavery, people want freedom through
work for me, bitch. Yeah.
Novel, which they can hold in their hands, that can help them reconnect to forms of spirit or different worldviews, and create pathways for them and clear ground in their soul for the reader to go find themselves and fill in their own beautiful garden. That's the mission, everybody. How often is that being talked about in the workshop? How often is someone, I mean, really fast, guys, these workshops, creative writing workshops, don't even give grades. Like, this is not a serious place. Like, maybe I should be leading with this, but guys, these classes are pass and fail. Like, I've been in plenty of workshop classes where someone has turned something in that's abysmal. It's like, oh wait, it's a first shot. No, like, this sucks. This is objectively really bad, and if we're going to be using a grading system, this is an F. Like, you should have tried harder. Or we should say, you're not ready to be in this class. Like, what is this? I remember this chick wrote a story from the point of view of a dog, and it was like struggling to think. And then at some point we got the perspective flip and the humans heard, and it was just going woof woof, and it was like the most poorly written thing I've ever seen. Imagine walking in with the professor that says, guys, I don't care about your atheism. I don't care if it's in Utah, if it's at BYU. I don't care about your love of Joseph Smith. Today we're going to write something crazy. I want you to come back next week with the best thing that you can on blank. This is not a walk in the park. Aren't we in graduate school here? You need to figure this out. You need to go study other people in this genre. Let's go. I'll be able to tell if you made an effort. But the whole point of these programs is that they are for people that are ladder climbers, that are actually not trying to write. Because I don't know if you guys know, but there are fully funded creative writing programs and you have to pay for it, non-funded programs. Fully funded programs basically mean that they waive your tuition. You have to teach 2 or 3 classes a semester, like English 101 to undergraduates, and they pay you like $15,000 to $20,000 a year. And there are only like a dozen or 2 dozen of these programs, and they're very competitive to get into, obviously. But the problem is that you'll hear people say, I wasn't creatively stifled. Well, what did you get done? Because if you didn't attend that program, let's say, how hard would it to be? How hard, is it to make $15,000 a year? How many hours do you need to put in? Would it be possible for you to find a job that will pay you $15,000 to $20,000 a year where you can actually read and write the entire time? I've worked security jobs, I've worked hotel office clerk jobs, I've worked plenty of jobs where I could do my homework or read, get on a computer, mess around the entire time. If we're talking about a low-paying minimum wage job. So would your time better be spent
okay, this is not going according to plan.
Understand what you are trying, and then read what you want, write more, because then on your free time you can continue to read or write. Or should you go attend a program with professors that aren't writing in your style, that are creatively stifled around a bunch of students, having the pressure of having to go and teach classes, grade papers, deal with all of that, attend other courses where you have to read books that you don't want to read, because in an MFA you also have to go take like graduate and English class courses on Chaucer and other things, on how to create a bibliography, doing random homework where you're doing random stuff. Or if you were actually committed, couldn't you just do it all yourself and do it way better? And the answer is obviously you could do it way better. And then there are a bunch of writers who are paying $150,000 to Columbia or another program for their degree, and then also having to teach and attend classes and not read what they want and be creatively stifled. It's wild, you guys. And Robert Bly, one of my favorite authors, all the way back in the 1950s, was blowing the whistle on how creative writing programs would ruin writing. Because what he said was that if someone walked up to him, a 19-year-old kid walked up to him and said, hey, I want to be a good poet like you, I want to be a fiction writer, his advice was, I want you to go camping for 6 months. I want you to go backpacking. I want you to go live outside and don't be around other people and just exist in silence. Maybe read, take a book or two, some of the great works with you, Dante, Shakespeare, or something like that. I don't even want you to write. I just want you to exist in silence. And then after that, no, it's not time to write. It's time to figure out deeper levels of grief. Like, there's so much that needs to be figured out that cannot be figured out in one of these intense academic environments where you're trying to avoid embarrassment and all of this stuff. Real progress in the arts is made through incubation period. It's made through hanging out with odd folk. Through trying times in your life. William Faulkner, as he was working in that power plant or whatever, wrote As I Lay Dying in 6 weeks because he had that creative fire, that energy of like, screw this job, I want to be something, to get himself out of that. How much is that present in an MFA program? And the answer is, when I was at university doing creative writing, the only thing I wanted to do was to get out of there, be like, I want this to be over with. But that energy was not being channeled into my own writing, it was being channeled into resentment. And so let's be honest here. The reason you go and get an MFA is, yes, for the status, to get your parents off your back, to tell everyone I'm a writer, I have a master's degree, but at a deeper level, to prepare yourself as a candidate, a safe candidate for the New York City publishing mafia. Because as it currently stands, there have been very few non-genre, literary, ambitious writers that have gotten their own career off the ground independently. How many ambitious fiction writers have sold 50,000 copies of their novel? Not many, if any at all. And so for many writers, they see two options. I can either write and do all this independent stuff and end up in the Kindle graveyard, maybe end up getting published, maybe
Okay, this rhymes is getting boring.
even if it's not getting an MFA, showing up at the writer.
Yeah, whatever. Let's turn up the heat and turn up the beat. It read out. Alright, so hang on, easy. Shelf الشلرال هنا Alright, we have authority. Yes. Treachery. No, that's assassin stuff. Enigma. Yeah. If I ever get the runes for that is rain. That's a druid. Hysteria. Ladder only. Peace. That's Amazon. Lionheart. Need a fall. Dragon, we need a sur. Yes. Juras. Shell full. No, okay. That needs a cove. There's a ladder wrong now. Wealth, that's a cove. Enlightenment, pull, need a pull. That's a sorcerer stuff. Gloom. Fall, pull. We got myth, that's barbarian. Lore. Delirium. Bulwark. Nadir. So I mean, they're telling me the most interesting helmet I can get is another lore. Great. That helmet is a better defense, but yeah. Okay then. Oh lord. Oh yeah, it needs one of the stones to do.
This tree shines with inner spirits. Not enough money.
What if I kill her? I don't know.
I need mana.
Right, okay, without the reflective aura. It doesn't do, it's not a very good golem, is it? No. I think I might have fucked over the build completely. I forgot to add the waypoint. Come on, let's dance. Boogie, boogie, boogie. Let's dance, run, and... Get the shell out of here. Yes.
This place has the stench of demons about it.
Right, so that's a very good question, right? Maybe because I believe to take a grand crown.
You have
Whatever. Whatever.
thank you.
Great. One of them has a lightning aura thingy. Yes. And multi-shot. In other words, Golem, you will have a field. Do your fun with that shit. Oh yeah. When you freeze and smash, you can't explode the remains. It would be hilarious. No, but new. Open wounds regen mana 20%. Oh yeah, damage. Amplification. My favorite. Yes, totally. Dragon Web with the Dead. Oh, in a rough fall was someone very deadly in there. Old Rage passes right outside your door. He's gonna die once again, and me no more. Yes, that's what I need to do. Right. Diablo2 3-socket base helmet. Let's see, skull, helm, full helm. Let's see. Crown 3 has potential for 3. Same with great helm. Tournament. Narco is only 2 high. So yeah, Demon had Bone Spirit. I don't know. Alright, so so essentially I just need to start collecting helm level helmets. Oh, fuck me life. Where did you come from, Billy boy? was wondering what tiny kill died so fast. Yes. God damn it. Tiny is expensive to keep alive. Oh, så är det mörk. Has very piss poor kiting ability. I think it's a hireling. Right. I decided we needed a bit of corpse explosion. What the fuck are you doing, girl? What the fuck are you doing, Tiny? Get away from there. Okay, gonna need to put more points into golem damage and blowing shit up. In no particular order.
What you need?
Hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I'm feeling that sometimes when people talk about directions in Diablo, they go like, oh yeah, you just aim this way, then you go to the, take you to the, and you keep going to the left. But the thing is, it's more like it wouldn't just be cardinal directions on the map for general by battle. You have up, down, left and right. Consider facts I have at hand. I don't think fighting those are worth the pain it's gonna cost. Night poison. Oh, we don't do this. I guess we'd only get a bigger radius. On it. That's decent, I suppose. Because it's just percentile based damage, I see. Okay, so I don't do.
The Sisterhood welcomes you.
Yes.
I don't do damage.
What can I do for you?
To certain enemies. Hmm. Right. Right, play. Ooh. Socket, guitar, sword, guitar bag. Saloon. Koaxfull full, lamko elv. Kjell full malm. 4, ja. Right. I have yet to beat Bale, haven't I? Right, so that was doing, yeah.
Select fight from the
I should maybe get all of my the character, all the classes out of normal at least.
nearby stars.
Yeah, okay then. Yeah, I suppose we do just that. Huh. I've never actually gone with werewolf druid. I could win with fire, but summoned werewolf? I suppose it was one of the last thing I did before this came on Steam. Yeah. Instead of one salmon, yeah. Right into the bone room, I mean throne room. And he laughs. Marshmallow curse. Oh yeah. Want to die on me, Ashab. You are not an assassin. Fabled train killers from Middle East. That inspired every sketchy super soldier training concept ever. Right. Oh, that was the thing, yes. No. Throwing blades are physical attacks. Oh. Oh, wait a second. Mm, 9 minutes of the selection. Come on. Come on, King Twat Waffle. Give me more. Hurt me more, you insensitive son of a bitch. Oh yeah, crushing blow. Oh, yes. That's a very broken melee attack. Oh, no, we don't have to kill them, but why should I let them live? Also, what are you laughing about, huh? It was your minions that getting the schnitzel stuffing beaten out of them.
My brothers will
Of course, it's not terribly mana efficient now, is it? Nope. 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 Everybody needs to be a slayer. Otherwise, who am I? Then I'm not a good player. All right. Yeah, right here. Whole thing is just go bzz bzz bzz. Go bzz 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 bzz. I have zappy zap. Then we have I just throw my shit at you.
Yes.
Lifetime done. Oh. Right. The Shadow Assassin also uses the traps. Yeah.
I can't carry anymore. Good to see you. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Well, this is certainly better than hell with the they're trying to do this on hell and fighting everyone. I realize, oh yeah. And without insight, mana regen is just
One,
his
2, 3,
or
4.
Yes, game. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Malice. Oh right. Open wounds, but it drain lives. Drain on. Yeah, malice indeed. All the Kataras are 3. Three weapons do. Amitir.
Ja. Men. Spennende litt igjen på første spillet.
Ja.
Jeg har lagt 2 brett i forhånd nå.
Ja, det er ikke ekstremt langt å spille gjennom normal. Jeg tror det var hard da også. Men, eller, ja.
Ja. Det er Nightmare Difficulty også, jeg ikke har noe annet. Jeg har fått 5 skulls på
I need to go and make some food, I think. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days. Hmm. For fuck's sake. Lage mat.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Oh, what if I let you just... I suppose it just consumes some cabbages. I just need some green stuff. I tried to do the thing. We realize there's a kick damage on the shoes. Okay, what do you mean with Diablo2 replenish life? Slowly refill over time. Okay. Okay.
Can I help you?
Okay, I've used up all of those over there. What about the druid? Druid on... Let's see.
Not in town.
Damn it. So tell me, I've been used up practically all of those. Press rewards. Well, that's not very fun, now is it?
They'll never see me coming.
Ash Venom. Ash Venom has been shot to shit.
So dark. Perfect.
This is a bit silly though. Because this is a long range attack, but it adds the modifiers from strike from the weapon. So essentially, if the weapon is good, this thing is just murder blender. With a chance of meteor strikes. And a lot of lifesteal. It's actually surprisingly brain dead. I never think about the skill wise, right? So 8 to 20. And combine that with attack rating. I can just do this then. It doesn't sound a lot until you realize that I just shredded corpse fire by simply holding attacking like crazy.
This test is done.
And give it up for the Lotus 3. It had a really kick-ass soundtrack. Oh no, Blood Raven! He betrayed us and is now rising up as zombies. Oh my god, what will we do? Killer! Yeah, they're not actually. Honor is also the only 5-socketed weapon I ever have. Well worth the... well worth it. I'm gonna slot you all. You know, murdering your enemies is surprisingly efficient. We who are about to die. Salute you. You are nothing but shadows and death. Wait, is this difficulty nightmare? I'm not convinced. What was the chance again? It's... nope. This leads slightly more consistent and Bishy Bosh. No, Rakanizu. No, yeah, seriously. This is kind of silly how murderously efficient this can be.
I can't carry anymore.
Let me see.
The sisterhood welcomes
You
you.
don't have enough gold for oh yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't rescued Ken yet. That's what I'm supposed to do.
The Order welcomes you.
Right. That one's gonna keep. Oh, wait. Let's see. What was it again here? We're just gonna check something. Great helm. Let's see. It was normal weapons, no. Rush 12 fill. No. Can it be done to helmet? Router Sapphire. God damn it. Yeah, what the crown? Yeah, also has a chance. Yes. Cause hell. No wait, nightmare. Never mind. It's only on Hell Crown. Here, have some traps. Yes. Right. It's only on hell. You might get 3 on skull on the helmet. I don't full self-fully saturate. Ice and ice. And this bitch is like a Dyson is like a Dyson thing. It just sucks up every impurity. Dyson air cleaner or something. Pose the grumble. Oh yeah, wild, one more wild hunter, one Vulg. Spike fiends, those are very annoying. And they all die eventually. And I just replay myself with the superior violent version that's 2 skill points higher. Rehab, good face.
How has this tree escaped corruption? I am overburdened.
Blightwing, Blightwing, Blight. So the great thing with this life steal rock is just then sustain. It's very easy to just mano these damn dirty apes.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay, those grapes. Should probably avoid those. Wrath Grumble the Hungry. Oh, we're looking for two things, waypoint and a... For some reason that counts as a trap. I don't quite get it, but hey, them's the rules. I haven't gotten that one yet. We're gonna use it. Yeah, not likely. Do I want to keep it? Yes, goddammit, of course I do! Who do you think I am? A sane person? Do you honestly think I'm that sane? Right.
Trust me. First to fall to Diablo's wrath. Hey, go to the road camp.
Yeah, I should probably fade a bit. Yes. Is that right, Shadowfang? Yes, you'd like that, don't you? There we go. Yes, yes. Oh, thank you for seeing me. I shall now look at your filthy. Ooh. Look at your filthy pants. You found on the ground that you're never gonna clean and judge them based on their. On the content of the skid mark.
Want to remember this place.
Yeah, who want to remember this place? Solväxt Mauler. Collect some mana. Mana. Eye of the Howler. Hva er den? I don't think I had the pleasure of murdering you yet. But here is the first time for everything. Yeah, you know, there's the curious thing when they when they made Diablo 2 though, is that some of the sound effects, enemy sounds, are kind of worse, really, or less cool. Actually, that is a good question. Yeah, I wonder if there's not. Change color. Diablo 2. Jeez. It's just one of these days when you're eating food and you're still feeling rancid. I suppose I'll deal with the floor tomorrow and then need to look into some more cosplay, crafting and painting at least. Yes. There's a fun thing with Assassin though. I realize that if you have 8 assassins, is it practically statistically impossible, and they're all traps. You wouldn't be able to see anything anymore. Would be hilarious, but... Or if you have all summon... All party 8 summoners at the same time. Oh, seriously, they should really boost the scepter drop rate. Okay, so scepter is an important recipe in many things. But it's useless. So I've been trying to get a 4-socket one. Oh yeah, speaking of scepters, that is a blue one. They are worth a lot. But... that's just it, right? It's worth a lot, but it needs to be white or superior. It needs to be white or superior. Oh wait, probably just white. I just realized that, oh yes, to poison damage. But I don't have any poison to apply. Yes. Oh, I don't have poison damage, do I? Yeah, but I like to collect those sheets. Just because. Right, the one was to Tamoe Highland. Okay, no, I suddenly get a lot of scepters. 2 in about 5 minutes room, but yeah, but unfortunately, it's just not what I'm looking for now, is it? Starcrawler. So if you don't just collect all of those poison charms, yeah, could be good on the world on the necromancer, but I turn him into a golem, walking around the golem. So oops.
Such corruption in this place.
Oh wait, I do apply poison, don't I? Actually, hang on. And let's see green number, so yeah, just maybe. See, is it this direction this time? Do we go up? What? Maybe. Nah, we are not. Well, plus we're just eastbound then. essentially one socket is practically worthless to me. Maybe I should just give all of these amulets, charms to the druid. Do you agree with me, Ashburn? No, of course not. Because you're a frigging skeleton. You can't do shit other than shoot. This is more than enough. But that comes all things considered. Not that impressive. I borrowed this stock. I don't have the... You know... let's get cooking with the carvers. First you carve them up and then you cook them. It's a very neat trick.
I can't carry anymore. Hello.
That fight was not worth it. Ace open wounds, life stolen per hit. That is normal attack needs. Conviction. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Alright. So fighting Smith was probably not worth it. He was just chilling in a corner, just taking his hammer and ran. This saved me a lot of money on resurrection fees. So a trident with only 2 slots is also very useless to me. Yeah, that just like you demons, you're useless. So why don't you go back to hell? I can totally show you the way. Unfortunately, Claymore is two-handed. The Bastard Sword is also two-handed, isn't it? Yes. There's a reason why I keep going with Crystal Swords. They are consistent. Oh, look at Torture Wheel. Is that made by Hell, or does the rogue just have one in the basement? I wouldn't put it beyond them to be a bit kinky. God dang it. I walked the wrong direction. Yes. As always, a bit annoying. Knock knock, poorly hidden.
I can't carry anymore.
Poorly hidden door found. Why do you feel that is always to attack rating? I don't want to attack his rating. Yeah, well. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume we have some blue boost. Chug, 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 chug. Chug, chug, shoot.
Not enough money. I need money.
Riding to the cathedral. With his misstaint, with the taint. Oh, mana shrine. The ring. Oh yeah. A load of mana potions. Oil, super. Mana, yes. Also, wait. Who are they burying again in this place, Bornash? It can't be you, because you're dead. The crown, yes. Ah, bugger it all. Is a nightmare, not hell.
Yes?
Almost decent. There you go. Yeah, I knew they would drop the long war bow. Oh yeah, Ratman. My favorite little gnomes that screams, run and stab. Yes, totally. Oh, there's a lot of dudes around here. Have you heard about this thing called the corpse explosion trap? Yes, it's the latest in getting rid of your technology. Shitty shamans. Oh, there is that thing. What? The Karmia Burana. Karl Orf Ufortuna Karmia Burana. Apparently, it sounds a lot more dramatic than it is. Spinecrawler. Okay then. Teleportation and mana burn. Ah yes. You know how to make yourself popular at a party. Yeah, jacket, yeah. Well, it isn't pretty. Well, it is bits of self-inflicted injuries playing Diablo, isn't it? So yes, apparently some sort of love story and a bit about luck. I could always say it's a bit of luck trying to find the frigging way down the stairs. Ah, god damn it. I definitely need to do something different tomorrow. The red run. Oh yeah. Also, welcome back. Welcome back. To the flaying of fiends. Fine, if you're gonna be that much of a bitch to deal with. Hey, fine. Yeah, I forgot to put up a safety portal. I tried to face tanker, but then realized, oh yeah, I suddenly took a lot of extra damage I didn't intend to. And perhaps I'm not doing nearly enough at the moment. And I also forgot to do upkeep my fade. But anyways, get up for the Tristan theme. It's one of the more evocative and very evocative, memorable and dramatic. The sound music for a town that is kinda a dingy village in front of the biggest cathedral on this side of Sanctuary. Essentially this song goes way too heavy when you consider that you're going shopping.
I can't carry anymore.
Death becomes you, Ondario.
Not enough money.
That wasn't so hard, was it? As long as you're not trying to play Rambo. We can find the rest easy now that you have done everything while we sat around and with a thumb up our fannies. Yes. Fear of the dark. I have a constant fear that someone's always near. $48. You may complain a bit, dude, but you're not the one that's going into the filthy sewers. You don't have enough money for that. Sure I do. What? I third one at the same spot? Jeez. Either being spoiled or slaughtered, I don't know. Kill tree, traps. Only 3. There's not much to write home about. Short battle bow, but 2 is even worse. That's not a 4, but that is a 2-handed sword. No. Hello there, honey. Would you die for me? Oh yeah, I need to make a shield for a cosplay shield, yes. Oh, and she died. Okay. That happens. Shit happens, I suppose. And I somehow missed the entire freaking level. Or rather, I went through the entire level just to find exit. The next floor exit 2 meters away from the start. From one of the start entrances. Okay. We just need to find another entry point here. Come on, where the hell is the place? Looks promising. You know, because there's a lot of things trying to murder me. And almost succeeding. Here we have some Huntress. Oh yes. Oh, these things have a long range. No, let's see. Which direction could this possibly be? So is it up? Is it right? Is it left? Is it north? I mean west, east, or to the north? Ah, I found it. It was west. Don't worry, Adamant. I just murdered you for the book and for the... and the... murder for the skill points and the price reduction. Yeah. But what am I looking for now? That's a 45 thing. Oh yeah, belt. Let's do something terrible then. Yeah. You're just gonna gamble a little. That's all. Well, that was kind of pointless. But I had to try. I know. Hang on, these things must die. Because they are a champion. There's always a chance of dropping something more than just a bucket load of potions. I realize, oh wait, these are slingers and hunters. They... They're flammable. Of course, the beetles is annoying as all hell. It is a long time since I've been on tour. Because, you know, most of them are either old or dead. Oh. Flash faster, oh yeah. What a decidedly unpleasant one that is. Sin Shield Wrath. Yeah, well, okay then. Another Spear Cat. So the Spear Cat, the Leapers, Leopards and Birds, okay. So we need to go up the cliff then. What you're telling me? Mollusk. Well, you're clean now. But you're also dead. Right, you're already dead. Yeah. You know what's the problem with things that came back from life is? It's always so hard to discuss semantics about their existence. When they're not dead, they are dead. But they're still moving around. So should we just call them doped? Here, maggot, 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 maggot. Ooh, an amulet I haven't found before. Exciting. Irat's color. Okay, another one of the poison length reduction. There's a lot of that, but that's fun. Oh wait, no, he's not. Where is the pit? Where is the maggot lair? All I'm finding is damn beetles. Sheesh. Have I missed absolutely every frigging... missed it. One little spot. See, unlike Act 1... the desert doesn't have a road you can just run like an idiot along and it will work out. Moon shot. Black hack. Okay then. Blade hack detainted. Called an aura. Okay. That's gonna murder you. 5 ways to dinner. Let's turn you into dinner. I need to think about the environment and start eating bugs. There's the dire bind the slasher. Another one at the same spot? I'm not sure if I'm being spoiled or abused here. Or if it just... because the amount of uniques at the same spot is a bit bemusing. Alright, so what to do we should do then? Run in and, kill everything? Yes. Good idea. That's exactly what I should do. Hmm. Oh, cold warm the butter. Oh yes. Ooh, short warbow. Oh, I already have one of those. Do 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 do.
Not here.
Right, let's see. Amulet. Attract. Nope. Yeah, looks like I found a belt at least. No, would you kindly find me the way out of flog out of here, eh? Okay. Part 1 located. This is how you cure the plague, yes. They probably kill the city. Bum 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 bum. Oh, yeah, since we're not caring too much about the resistance at the moment. Let's just activate some speed, yes. Yeah, okay. And I found a way beyond. Yeah, you probably need to prepare some more food, don't I? Ugh. Always a bit of fun, bit annoying. Almost like I'm a human or something with needs. Hit recovery, life, likely. You know. shoot the shit snakes. Shadow White, the slasher. God dang it, you damn. Oh yeah, the Merc is dead. Always dead. Yes. There's a reason why I've started to use more range mercs. Because those hirelings are just slightly better at staying alive. You just give them an aura equipment.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay, that was a lot more easy than I anticipated. Usually I get murdered the moment I go in there. Mm-hmm. Alright, we would just do this, Horror Mage. Never mind, I kind of magic resist. It doesn't state it on this difficulty, but as they're not total immunity. But it is noticeable when things don't take the damage I want them to do. I don't recall them ever having that many issues with pathing.
Sanctuary. Poison's obsession.
Yeah. Sure. The malice. Defense. Open wounds. Monster heal. Monster defense per hit. Drain life 5. And then you have strength. That's a really good life steal. Right, so yeah. I'm just gonna grab a banana, I suppose. Okay. What's the word? Yeah, okay. So the Arcane Sanctuary is the same little shits all every time. Okay then. Ghost, ghoul lords, and goats. I only wonder what sort of a relationship he had with those goats was. Or if that was the only thing he could capture, huh? Yeah, insight is such a powerful rune word. Of course, it means that you need to actually find something to put it on, but... if you have a barbarian and two weapon with 4 slots, and you have insight and razor. No wait, that's on the bow, isn't it? I swear, Horson is the Horson is like one of the least impressive bosses ever. Ah, I got it right at the first try. Without having to look it up this time. There's a lot of blunderballs in around here. Big flop med big, your fingers are big and strong, eh? More gore belly. Yay. Alright. It's better than dealing with still miles better than anything called lightning beetles. Hmm. And now into the fun forest. I swear this place takes about an hour itself just to get through. Ooh, 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 ooh. Divine Scepter. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, boy. Ral Amen. Yes. There's an and Ral Amen. Amethyst. Nay! Oh! Fuck! Fuck you, game! I want I want 4, not 5, you fuck. Yes, I know sign language. That's the boarding spot. And just a potential spawn spot.
I can't carry anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mhm.
Jade statue. What should I do with it?
It'd be good with it because I emptied my coffers.
Good day.
There really should be a recipe for turning magical items to normal items. Oh. But no, I was going to look for something here. There's a new amulet, right? Getting, no. You have put on helmet, right? Let's see, helmet, amulet. A weapon. Gloves. Need find out where I put my 2 gold rings, and then should be able to at least achieve yeah, the only problem with the sword is that it was less. One with the belt has less spots, less slots.
I can't carry anymore. Yeah, that is indeed a very pertinent question. Anyways, we get through this darned gap of the young.
get a few more rings. I can then get an achievement, well, a bit pointless, but an achievement for having all gold, all unique items. Evil ants. Yes. I'm coming to cut your woods. I'm really just looking for I was looking for a waypoint. Whatever one may be. And people find the flare dungeon long before I find what of use. Well, so far I am very disappointed by the RNG in regards to scepters. I mean, I'm trying to get a 4-socketed scepter. I have got everything but 4. So yeah, but just generally just getting some achievements and just trying to get through hell with all of the characters. And yeah, probably not the optimal builds. Considering I lose a lot of life with I lose life using this weapon. So, but you see, the thing is just a very low drop rate on scepters, and then you need to put them into the cube in order to get 1 in 5 chance of getting the right amount of sockets. And it can't be a superior one, because if you take it to the quest in as a quest reward in Hargath, the barbarian town, Agorath, then you will only get 5. And on the scepter, so yeah. Give him the right base and he will just give you maximum lots. It is probably the only decent way I'm gonna get a 3 slot helmet that is not for druids. Also, when you say oh yeah, but that's repairing isn't a problem though. Is getting the right stuff in the first place. But it's just you can't put a superior item into the cube and have it become socket. And after it's socket, you can't make it superior, so... And yeah, this is kind of a bit funky. You can totally So this one skill is long range but applies on hit effects. It doesn't sound that special until you realize you throw a shit ton of shuriken and that I am using malice that removes the defense. Yeah, and I have strength and I have life leech. So malice cannot kill me by accident. Because it's so random, it shouldn't be able to kill me by randomly draining my life to 0. And yeah, the one thing I find out though is that at least I had a really good drop on the unique item I gave to the Amazon as a spear that repaired itself. So repair cost suddenly became, to fix it, became at most 10. So if it has a repair, self-repair, repair durability, then the item becomes a lot less expensive to repair. Move. Why are there so many flayers in the Flayer dungeon? Yeah, I wonder why. Oh, I've located the eye. Yes, several times. What the hell is with all these traps? Holy shit. That's way too much poison. Right. Oh, I didn't have his brain. I already have his eye. Now I just need his kidney, his spleen. That's an interesting one. Have we a 4-socket let's say scepter, right? Because I want to make a holy thunder. But I can't because I don't have a scepter. passion, sacrifice lamb. Oh, okay, and doll. That would be cool to have. Famine, no. I could make another spirit. Yeah, Kingslayer, no, can't do that. Oath, voice of reason, no. We have honor, we have rhyme, smoke. Of course we have insight, but I'm already using that. Memory, Heart of the oak. No. So in other words, I have good stuff, but I want to just get my good scepter to the paladin rune word for that unique one. It's just that I haven't succeeded yet. Yeah, I don't need 5. Because I don't need 5 sockets. One more 5-socketed scepter. When I want a 4. But yeah, I can't fight RNG. Ah, piss off, Kane. I do not care. Let's here. Let's see. Hey, 5-socket scepter. Yay. I have a superior war scepter, but the problem is you can't do shit about that. You can maybe socket it. It's just gonna give me another 5. Then you have 2. Oh, you know what? Might as well just dump that one in there as well. We don't need another barbarian helmet. Because Ice Blast. Frost Nova. Ah. That would be awesome to me if not for the fact that Insight is just infinitely more useful. Doesn't need that meditation aura. to reduce on my potion addiction. I also need to dig up a teleportation staff or ring at some point. I know they're out here somewhere. I just haven't found one yet. Wait, does this fucker has conviction? Yes, he does. Oh, yes, he did. Line up, little children, yes. School's out for summer. Okay then. Yeah, amulets, rings, and stuff. Yeah, always on the lookout, but never. But am I lucky? I don't know. We'll probably max out magic fine, but we don't. But yeah, but I'm too squishy then. Into the wood chipper. Right. Ooh, full helm. Let me guess. I already have that one. Yes. Pocket money, I suppose.
Until the next time, the merchant get minced. Yeah, it's a bit of a an unfortunate circumstance that. And some of the there are some good modifying gear, but that requires, you know, survivability, and that requires being good at killing and not dying. So yeah, you probably should do that on a sorceress or something, or a warlock. But magic find doesn't really help me with white scepters or runes, so it's not bad to have. It's just that it doesn't give me exactly the things I'm looking for, ironically enough. Alright, and then you just need to find a waypoint. Oh, never mind. Nature calling. One moment, please. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Waypoint, yes. Need to look for a waypoint and then into the sewers. Okay, if I'm not gonna find a waypoint, just gonna put out in a portal and then make a run for it. It can't be that hard to find a frigging glowing square. But I think you know where it is. But um, 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 um. But now that we're at it, might as well just do it a bit different way. I realize I found one more way I can just save a bit of time on that bullshit. Just running a straight line up here. Through upper Kurast. And stop just to kill these winged nightmares because they are champions. Yes, I know we need to go into the sewers to move along, but all things considered, the sewers ain't that important as just finding the way. So on each side, this is a static map, right? If you want to enter the traffic on, I can just go to the west. and murder some religious leaders. Then you just go in here, right? Talk to Kane, talk to this dude. And just do this to get into the sewer. I realize that this is a horrid place of hotbed for bony hoodlums going boom when they are dead. And if the logic still holds up, if I just hug the wall, probably not running the proper direction. We have some zombies. We can just get rid of those zombies. Yeah. I found it. Yes, I think so. Should be on the right track. Yes. Which means we walk around, and there should be some mats in on the roof. That spawns a Stygian Watcher ambush. We click portal. And head straight for a Travical. This time to punish the Council of Cunts. The creepy death cult. just need the Redvax. The hunter just needs to die and his minions need to go. They are not welcome here. And get rid of a Stygian Watcher. And just make sure Ishmael Wildhand is pulled away from the food, from the flock. As these council members, they painful bunch. Also kind of pitiful, but this is not the right flash tongue. You're not the only one that can summon stuff. Right, that's true. What did they get? Damage, attack rating, life. That was a very boring duel. Cast rate ring, okay. Well, this one I was selling. Right, let's see if we can just get rid of the Council of Cancer. Let's do this Gaia style. You don't like my bribes? I'll just use force.
Dark magic here is dispelled.
Oh, snip. Holy shit. Thank you, and I didn't die for once. I'm getting better. At staying alive. With casters at least. I'm still not so sure how I'm gonna do it with the barbarian though. That's gonna be a bitch. Oh shit! Run away! Run away! There's another high level. Those bone things blow up, and then when I die. Rough burn. So, have you ever managed to make your way through hell with some characters in Diablo? I really don't like to navigate this place because there's so much clutter to get how to walk past. Running away a little bit. Go forth, minions, and soak up the pain. Yeah, I don't need more 3-socketed armor bits. I don't have room for that. Those with the assassin, those are easy to deal with. God damn it, you managed to confuse it. Where did it run off to? Help, I'm being raped.
You can touch me here. This is my magic square. And yeah, I just abuse the traps and one-hit effects of crushing, just removing defense completely. So if the numbers on this thing is correct, right? Minus the target defense, open wounds, prevent heal, minus to monster defense per hit. But it also drains my life. Oh, it's a temporary confuse. Oh, holy shit. This is bad. Oh wait, they're all dead. Would it be bad if of any other character? But this isn't so bad, considering I don't have to deal with the ghoulie lords. No, we just need to find a way down here. I have a Mephisto to murder. Yeah, that one only a 16, that's... It's not a good waiting revolver on that one. Something I looked into, so technically you can have, if every equipment you have has a unique aura effect, they can all be activated at the same time. So yeah, that's kind of funky if you're really high level, but because it requires a lot of runes and the right words, but yeah, Thorn, Conviction, in meditation, and a lot of other funky stuff.
But yeah, Stygian dolls, those are just mean. Right, might as well do this and also switch away from the damaging equipment so I don't have to watch the effect all the time. Halv åtte. So if we go to character then, let's see. Wait, I can't see how much potential poison damage I'm doing. I need to strike one thing and then just look at the numbers. Eh? Alright. You know, it's a bit hard to get a good read when so let's see if we go with this one has what 75% of weapon damage, and then this one has 28 something damage, open plus open wounds and minus defense, which I don't know. Then you have lightning damage, cold, poison, added with 25 plus, so that's 50, 25. Okay. 75 and 100 more, that's about 100 at least poison. Yeah, I have this. I was almost 200 was poison. Through rune, through stuff I'm carrying around. Yeah, obedience. Well, he obeys his script, if nothing else. Unfortunately, I found it often easier to just get a he'll act one mercenary and give it insight on a bow. Because at least it doesn't run into the crowd and dies all the time. He still dies, but for She must be dead name here. So what, you should go with obedience on the merc, on the hireling, and then go with malice on yourself. Then you can... That's torture, right? It's interesting to see how these different summons act on different characters. So this one, the assassin one, teleports around. The Amazon one just walks around doing its own stuff. While so by far the Amazon has the most horrible summon in regards to the way it acts. While the golem is kind of fun and all, it attacks way too slow. But at least it's fast and it doesn't walk around like a Sunday trip through hell. So yeah, I could probably put a lot of points into the assassin's decoy, the shadow, but I find that it's just a nice distraction. I don't. So all of the other stuff I have just kills, wipes the floor with these fools. Oh yes, but the Valkyr is somehow more retarded than the dude with the spear. Alright, so first we need to deal with these Voldemort rejects. The rejected Voldemort. Yes. The spleen. And then onwards to the biggest pain in the ass of this whole thing. Or maybe I can just go, look, a distraction.
Fucking what the hell happened there? The terrain just decided to go. You see, the terrain was just decided, or the game or lying. I was walking in the like, what? That is so irritating. Because I literally got buffered to death by lag or some shit. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. I hate it when you try to walk and you just get interrupted because for some reason sometimes when you touch scenery, the scenery decides, nope, I am going to screw up your movement action and buffer and push you around. But yeah, I hate the council. It's just I kill them all, yes, but I don't want to kill them. They are annoying. They essentially take longer to kill than Bale and Mephisto. And also been walking around Durance of Hate for all over the place, and I still can't find a frigging couldn't even find the damn waypoint.
Mercy is for the weak. Just in preparation.
Run. Run, you little shit, run. Here, have a distraction. Yes. Yes, a pebble in my shoe. What the flying fogel? I just slain by Mephisto. Must remember to activate Fade. There we flogging go. Now we're gonna flay the fool. Right, hell mana. Yes, stick it in here. Oh yeah, reactivate Fade. That is incredibly important. Because Fade is the only way to increase my resistances to something survivable against its magic. God damn it! No, why, come on. Summon a new one. Howdy, partner. I'm looking good, yes. So, Gullemay's face. Oh god, another set item with a unique name. Fine, let's put it into the pile with the rest. The only problem is I have already have all of this stuff. Level 1 Apocalypse. Okay. Blizzard and Enchant, no. Nova, no. Okay, I do have the Soul Stone. Yeah. It just doesn't fit into any build. Essentially, it's just a giant circle of fire spell, AoE fire spell. It's kind of amusing as a warlock, but I went with the other spell he has instead. it's just a giant pentagram on the ground, and then things take fire damage. It's not bad, but when you get to higher difficulties, without enough skill points in it, it's kind of shit and very slow. Yeah, they're fun though. But especially when you have the corpse explosion trap. Because there's always a corpse to explode. There we go. A flash beast. But look at this mess. Ah, yes. I hope hell is gonna have an infection of have a rotten infection of rotten of rot or something. So it's gonna rot off Diablo's balls the Nurgle way. Yeah, you know it's a dark. Diablo is very dark and edgy. And you realize how many necrophiliacs running around. You have necromancers, you have demons, you have more demons.
undead. Yeah, you know, no respect for the dead, really. Yeah, as I keep going up in level though, I should probably let's keep going to next difficulty and whatnot. I should probably put more points into... Oh wait, I have this one, yeah. But I should probably put more points into Fade. But then again, I am a fairly healthy resistance at the moment. Until the lightning ghost shows their rare circular head. Oh, Shadow, let's see. Now, mimics your skill and fights by your side. So one is a bit more independent than the other, is that it? Oh yeah, one mimics my skills, the other one is just... it just has skills. Is that it? Yeah. How the hell did that one teleport? Oh yeah, my favorite thing to hate. Gloom. So we have flash spawners, ghosts and spirits and snipers. There is also a boss around here somewhere.
Um, So if one of these little shits are cold enchanted, run away and snipe. Alright, now we just need to find out where the hell... Yes! Finally! Fuckingly! Woohoo! Ugh, that took way too many. Also, a swish. Yes. Ralf. We have no. It's F. That's a squiggly one over here. The F. And this one, Ral. Dorf. Hi. Yes, there we go. How to master these barbarian. Okay then. Into the box, I suppose. But hell yeah! I finally got a 4-socketed scepter. Just so I could get the King's Grace and the Holy Thunder removed, added to the list. But also so that I can use it on a paladin. In this fight against the barbarians. Against ancients. Really, when you go solo, it's always ancients that makes or breaks and run. Or and a build. Because all of the X-bosses are never immune to things, and they can always be whittled down with enough portals and potions. No, where is that piñata? Come on, show thyself. There we go. Hang on, if this skill is based around physical attacks, you use Comet Shrine. Yeah.
Corruption.
Aha!
to see you.
Yeah, we just need a point in that. Because elemental is gonna be a damn important thing when pit lords comes around. Gloomskin Slayer. But yeah, without any extra investment into the assassin though. Into the shadow skill. That'd be giant long for this world. Luckily, you can feed the mercenary potions, though. So it is possible to heal. Ethereal, no. Dragon's Fluff. Wait, where the hell did my the shadow teleport off to? Show me the way to hell, you little shits. Take me to your leader. Come on, come on, come on. Now we just need to find the highway to hell here. So they are protected from lightning. And these ones are supposed to be protected from fire. Or is it poison? I don't know. So, taste cold hard steel. Great, my mana fountain has been stuck behind a wall.
I can't carry it. I am overburdened.
Yes, superior lands. Should be able to insight that one.
Helvete. Come on, come on, come on. Tar vi den jævelskapet ned. Oh yeah, I forgot that I need to buy potions. Very slow attack speed. Ugh. God damn it. As always, not fun. Yeah, well, I can keep it around anyway. So yeah, I need at least, before I wrap this up, find the River of Flames poem. They have ghosts. Those dudes are not good. And oh, that's not so bad. And then you get cursed and killed, and crushed. That's a good time to stop. It's late, I'm hungry, and